not sure yet, but you're hoping it means good things to come.
Hi Cam. I didn't wake up super long ago. I woke up like in 40 minutes ago, and I speed ran eating, uh, chugging my G Fuel, pooping, speed ran everything just because I was like, I got shit to do. Let's go here, and I have this thing open right now, cause uh, Andre and I heard about this always pan, and we were like, hey, that's pretty cool. If we can use that for like cooking stuff, then we can kind of cut down on uh, consumed kitchen space. And but then we saw a video that was like, oh, it's actually not that great for like long term use because it like chars on the bottom and it's just not great overall. So I was looking into this, but I'm still also doing my social media routines. Oh my god, it's Megan Thee Stallion. Ooh. Ah. Devil smiley face, put that up there. I'm reviewing the always pan first, though. Nope. It's just. I need to start. Oh, fuck. I need to start clipping things more so that I have, like, content to put places. Okay, let's see. The Always Pan has gained a cult following, promising to take the place of 8 other kitchen tools. The popular pan is finally back in stock after a long stint on back order, so we put it through its paces to see how well this versatile frying pan stands up to everyday cooking. Plus, we nabbed a promo code ChowHound10 to save you $10 on the back end stack Always Pan. Ugh. See? Silky smooth ads. Oops, hang on. My mic wasn't facing me, so the audio was probably a little weird. Buzzy pan for spin. Yeah, because this pan's like $100, I think. Something like that. The Always Pan bills itself as a do-it-all pan that'll replace your fry pan, sauté pan, steamer, skillet, saucier, saucepan, non-stick pan, spatula, and spoon rest. It's touted as a single piece of cookware that lets you braise, sear, steam, strain, sauté, fry, boil, serve, and store. A pan that you won't just use often, but always. So you can see it's got like a, it's very sleek, very like minimalistic. It's not super extravagant, but it's apparently all of these different things. It comes with little tools, a lid, its own little spoon, all this kind of stuff. So definitely aesthetically pleasing. Just very like minimalistic. It looks simple, but does a lot, which is what people want. Designed for multi-purpose use, so you can do a lot more than just fry with frying pans. Most aren't crafted with multiple cooking methods in mind. Not so with the Always Pan, which allows you to do a bit more than with your typical fry pan, including safely make sauces or even soups with unusually high sides, or steam foods like fish and vegetables with a custom insert. I think my biggest concern with it, like off the bat, is not that, it's not that it like can't do them, but that the fact that it can do all of them inhibits its ability to do all of them well. Also, we're looking at pans just because I had this open earlier before I was because I remembered to finally look into this because I've been meaning to look into it because everyone was saying that it's super good, but then I saw some videos of some casual people, and they were just like, yeah, it's actually not like super great, so do more research about it before you buy it. And I was like, all right, okay, I will. But then I went poop, and then I had to start streaming right after, so I decided to just do a little bit of this on stream. Also, I don't think I mentioned this yesterday, and I know you know, Cam, but there's that, and then I also changed the channel points emoji or emote or whatever the fuck it's called, symbol. I called it brownie points now. I think that's fun. 10-inch frying pan, ceramic surface. This unique cooking surface is a bit of a double-edged sword. While it's quite possibly the easiest surface to clean, extremely non-stick and non-toxic, it's also somewhat limiting. Ooh. Well, I don't really sear things so often, so that might not be awful. Although steaks might be harder to cook then. Oh, you thought Germs was clever? I like Germs too, but I couldn't find a good what do you call it? Emote for it? Although I guess I don't know. Yeah, I know what the fuck a germ is. Because they all look like this, They're all, super, detailed. There's a billion of them. If I could get something like this, but, without the background, and, a little more cartoonish. That's an anemone. You can't tell me that's not an anemone. That makes me uncomfortable. That's a dragon fruit. This is a dragon fruit. Hello? I just don't know which one to use that's, simple and still kind of gets, the point across. I'm just not sure. Brownie points, I figured, was a good start. I considered making it quote-unquote pills. I considered making it pills, and then like that. And then I could have just, had it as that. Or maybe I could even use this and then still just call it germs. I feel like that's maybe easier. Because I don't know why, but I've been very drawn to this idea of pills as like a common symbol. Hey, oh, that says drugs, not Dr. Mario. Yeah, I've been drawn to this idea of having pills as a common symbol across my channel. Not super sure why, but if you look at the starting up screen, I changed it to Dr. Mario. I think it's because like I don't want to be associated with like the bad side of germs. I want to be associated more so with like, when you think of germs, you think of like doctors, you think of healing, you think of medicine, that kind of stuff. So I think that's why I'm like drawn to the idea of pills because it's an easily recognizable thing and it also kind of is attributed to medicine. Look at this guy. Oh, these guys are cute. Yeah, maybe I'll change it to pills. You can draw one. Hi, Eve. Oh, Eve. I was gonna ask you if you could send me the link or something to that clock that you built, because I think that would be fun to build. Pendulum clock kit. I think it was Roker. Oh yeah, it is. I don't want to buy it off Amazon. Roker. I hope I don't have to buy it off Amazon. Also, I was just looking at like a bunch of things. I changed some stuff around, so I have a new emote, and I also changed the channel points to brownie points instead of germs as they were before. But I might change it back to germs if I can find a suitable like image for it. The germs from Powerpuff Girls? Oh, hold on. Hold on, this might be kind of good. If I can get them like singled out. I know they're a group. Amoeba Boys. What if I look up actually just amoeba? What kind of pictures do I get for that? Gross. These are gross. Diagram labeled protozoa. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm just kind of like looking at pictures. Oh, look at this guy. Yeah, I'm not super sure. Maybe something like that. Actually. Oh. Not a huge fan of the fact that it's like pure black. Cause I don't know how well that's gonna show against like a dark mode screen. But that's going in a good direction. Cute amoeba clip art. Fun, cute, quirky. What the fuck is that? Division? Yeah, something like this. Maybe this one, honestly. This one kind of hits. Let's do save image as on desktop as... That's a JPEG. Actually, that's fine. Germ. Where'd my cursor go? Remove backgrounds. This website is sick. Check this shit out. So it pulls it up. And then it removes the background. That's crazy. Save file. Save it there. Biggest concern right now is... Whoa! It even removed like the 3 little holes inside. Wow, that's actually ridiculous. Resize picture. And I think it was 2828. This one. Boo. Internal server error. Come on, don't be that way. Oh, uploading image. Hello. What is an internal server error? Alright, whatever. I guess I'll have to do that fucking later. Okay. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's finish this fucking game. Yeah, I don't know what they are. I don't know what they do, but I wish they didn't exist. Let's go. Finishing up this MF game, baby. Let me turn it down a little bit because I think it might be a bit loud. All right. So I'm gonna try my very, very best to really just crush it today because I drank my G Fuel already. I ate. I pooped. I did everything that I usually do during the stream here. So hopefully there's no need for me to like stop or anything before I'm finished. So we're just gonna keep going. I also have more of this Market Pantry sparkling water beverage that I plugged like hell even though I'm not sponsored. We're gonna turn on the webcam, but just ignore my bed. This is what it looks like. Market Pantry. It's just water. Just water, plain and simple. 0 calories, no sugar, 3 servings a container, no caffeine. It's just sparkling water. But my God, I have never tasted such good, flavorful sparkling water. The only downside of this drink is that it, like, takes 8 years for it to, like, gas itself out. There's so much carbonation in it. Oh, this one actually wasn't that bad. This one worked out pretty well. Yeah, if you don't like carbonated drinks, then this isn't for you. But it is amazing. If they made this flat, I would recommend it 100%. Oy, all right. not sure what's happened just now, but I think I just met back up with them and they're like, oh, we're investigating, and I'm just like, no, you haven't been. Yeah, 0 progress. Okay. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. You have permission to enter the Elbasian embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Ew. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Ugh. That was yesterday? That was like case 3, what the fuck? If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away? Fuck yeah, I am. Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Damn! Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Wow. I've never seen anything like that before. Just getting rid of evidence in the middle of a case. Mr. Edgeworth. You look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, so... So, what did you find out? Well... Okay. I take it he's found nothing of any particular use. As usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something real interesting from Ambassador Palladino. Oh, and what is this something interesting? This, sir? Tickets? Oh, what the fuck? What is that? Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babosh at the royal renown. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it would project the images. I feel like I saw that somewhere before. Definitely feel like I saw that lantern somewhere. There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? You're coming with me, Kay. There is no fun stuff. Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Yeah, see? Okay, so I didn't get fuck all from him. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are... discount tickets for a cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning cafeteria. I'm going to the cafeteria for brunch, baby. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage. What function does it serve, exactly? Well, normally, we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Bubble. I heard that tonight, over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Nanny told me that I should really give a speech too. Mr. Cucci told you that. Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started? Exactly. Prima Duck statue. Give me the deets on that shit, please. Ambassador Palano, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primadux statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babel used to be one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primadux statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it though, I suppose. But if Alabas and Babel were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primadux statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Palano knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. I will in a second. Ambassador Palano, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? Oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you will be coming to Babal, yes? Do we? Thank you, but just the one is all I require. Manic Kuche. I'd like to ask you about this man who's your secretary. Uh-oh. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. I don't know what the fuck kind of accent I'm trying to make this guy. He sounds German, French, and sometimes Russian. Sounds like Mr. Kutre had a very sharp mind. Recently, many had been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative as a country unification council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this country unification council? Cuck. It's cuck. Oh, well, you see, tonight's events proceeded without a hitch. Our 2 countries were to reunify. Ooh. Somebody didn't want them to join. This one? Ambassador Palano, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primadux statue sitting on Alabas right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karmap as is earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primadux statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alabas' statue. I don't trust you. I don't trust this guy for a goddamn second. I'm gonna examine that myself. Thank you very much. I don't trust him. I do not trust him. He's involved with this somehow. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, I didn't even realize that. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babel is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. Meaning that somehow, both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. Couldn't they go along the roof? Now then, where was the Yaragarasu first spotted? I believe it was the rose garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yaragarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the rose garden post-haste. Wait, before... What the fuck is that? What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. Fuck no. Oh, I don't have it yet. Fuck. It doesn't look like there's anything that could get wet from around here. I was thinking, they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. What is that? That's not a guitar pick. Weird. Could it be a hilt? Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? No. Oh. It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down, so I kept it safe all this time. Get a police dog! What the fuck? This could be over in seconds. Get a police dog. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Albus now, but I know. I'll go back to Babel and do some more investigating there. I don't know if it's Babel or Babal or Babel. It might be Babal because of the AH. It's so weird that I'm alone. How are things in Babal? Also, I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manak Kuchi's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yaragarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yaragarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yaragarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yaragarasu appeared. The shadows of a mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was this fire at the Babalese embassy that the Yaragarasu started. I think maybe there's a couple of them. I think we probably got Callisto U and also what's his name? Fuck. Paleno. I think they're both in on it. I vow that not a single feather from the Yaragarasu shall escape my diligence. Rose Garden. How do I already have logic? What the fuck? Oh. There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yaragarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I sought to use my whip to capture the Yaragarusu, however, there were people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash. Collateral damage is fine. The plaque says King Primadux ends the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the steel samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color. One color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. She's kinda right. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. She's right though. Another one. So that's the same thing. Huh. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. Why are you so bitter, Franziska? I'm gay. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires. What? I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this episode. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Oh, what the fucking... Why are you in the water? Why are you in the water, Larry Butts? How dare you surprise me like that? Hi, I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Get out of the fucking water. I'm tired of you. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Yes. Alright then. Did you, by chance, fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my What? I think he's talking about the little infant child that he was pushing around in a fucking carriage. I don't think Larry Butts actually has a child. Yeah, it's gotta be just the child. Larry Butts does not have a fucking kid. No way. Larry, this is the first time I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? That chick. The pink princess. This is getting bad. This misunderstanding is rapidly growing out of hand. Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. There we go. Yeah, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant's my cute little son. Shut the fuck up. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, get out of the fucking pond. We have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant, but rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Stop! Get the fuck out! Well, hold on. And though he's okay, hold on. So the pick that the thing that we are calling a pick, that I highly doubt is a pick, was found on the other side of this wall, and it was wet. And Larry's swimming around in this pool, which makes me think that it doesn't bottom out here. It probably bottoms out somewhere else, and that's how that pick got wet. So this, I think, is going to play a pretty big part. Edgeworth can't go upstairs. Edgeworth doesn't know how fucking stairs work. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely. However, where was the audience supposed to sit? In the pond. Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool? That's such poor planning. If there was no place other than a spot or two by the pool, they really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed. You can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, Yes. Although, I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Talk to these fuckos. How's the investigation proceeding on your end? Nimesy said, "This top secret." Shut the fuck up. If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information. Ugh. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. We found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. That's not important. That's not important. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the other guards appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright with my own 2 eyes. Did you, or did you see the shadow? Because that looks mightily like a shadow. Another theory that I'm laying down is that this was not real. This was a sticker on the spotlight. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain. Yadagarsu was here. No, they weren't. They were in Babal. So you're saying that basically all you saw was a thief's silhouette? Yes. If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape, not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now, let's hear what you know on the subject. Ah, fuck. What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Oh. What? Oh, I don't fucking know. One of these statues, probably. What? What the fuck? How am I supposed to know? Unless it's a combination of the statues. But there's nothing like spiky like that. I'm gonna guess this. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue? Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct. However, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? The other statue, I guess? It's another statue? The Yatagarasu statue, shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Premodux on the battlefield, the shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up on the king who spoke of love to King Premodux, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Aha, so if we were to combine the two shadows... The hand. Why didn't you say, 'cause I didn't know. Franziska, I'm so sorry. Yoshikage Kira. Think back to what it was missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Franziska, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. The right fucking answer, baby. Let's go. Yeah. This is exactly like the shadow we saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabas tonight. The only country that thief visited was Babal, although it can be assured that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet. But I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. That doesn't help us, Edgeworth. We're still on the same page because we don't know who the fuck that was. Let's go. Give me my health back. Detective Bad, have you come to join us investigating the Yatagarasu?
He's like, I've been here the whole time. I've left the murder and Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes.
So, what have you found out?
I got a piece of evidence.
May I see it?
Sure. But you might regret it.
We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please.
When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture.
A journalist?
Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her.
From Lotta Hart. Yee. What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air.
The times, they are a-changin'. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now.
When was this photo taken?
Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from.
I see. So this was taken after the fire.
The blur in this picture took off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast.
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. True, actually.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? You bet! Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babalese embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babel investigation for a bit. Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Kay's just been fucking standing here this whole time? I still can't get over the fact that we get to watch Edgeworth run. Secretariat? Like the whores? To think after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Fuck you, creep. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Paleno, but I've yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who's only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Paleno. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Paleno. You're a total gentleman. No, he's not. Don't be fooled. We're just gonna examine everything, homie. It's not that hard. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah. When I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Coochie's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarsu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman is most definitely Mr. Coochie's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yanagarsu mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Oh. Yeah, I don't think she's seen him yet. Uncle Bad's got a few more... what do you call them? He's got a few more, holes in his jacket. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the long person in the coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yanagarsu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Scope the window, baby! You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? The Rose Garden. You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. And that's where Damask 2 was killed. What? You don't mean the Master Mask 2? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. You can. Okay, let's see if it turns. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why aren't you creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Hello? Check and see if the fucking thing turns. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. There's ink. I want to see what this document is. Oh, just coupons. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-fingered kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as... Such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. And the drawer's open. There's something very vaguely in there. Some ink. There's a bottle of Babalese ink on Mr. Coochie's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Palladino, it looks like your precious Babalese ink is alright after all. What? Is that odd? Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Babals would look like a flower, and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabaz, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadopia? There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. Huh. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can riffle through this. I think it's rifle, not riffle. I suppose we should take a look. The fuck is that? Oh, pause, wait. Boink, deduce, and give me this. Eureka! The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument. Hold on. Pause. Are they allowed to say that? Monument Valley? Oh, it's a place. Okay. I thought they were referencing the game. I was like, I don't know if they can say that legally? Yes, I do. You seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Paulino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. When did Monument Valley come out? I feel like Monument Valley is kind of an old game. I remember playing that shit in like high school. Monument Valley game came out 2014. It's also a good ass game, by the way. Oh, yeah. You are correct, Cam. This game came out in 2009. Monument Valley came out in 2014. This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murderer Damask II. Damask II? Then this note... Yes. It was a request from Mr. Kuchi for Damask II to steal the Prima Duck statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabast's Prima Duck statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Kuchi? He's so suspicious, dude. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Uh-huh. So that one was just something else. That one was the key to a different thing. Let's examine this gross little body tape. That used to be a stock of brand new pamphlets, but it looks like they were all bound up. I guess we'll have to just reprint them. But no matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Babalese tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! It's because they keep giving out fucking coupons. Coupons for buffets and shit. How are they making money? They're gonna run these buffets out of business. Is the government paying for them? I don't think so. Also, recently, the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Virginia. But we refuse to lose to them, so we've been hard at work promoting Babal. Interesting. I didn't ask. Fuck you. Get out. Oh, and how did you like it? Better than this. I thought I was investigating this. The national symbol of Babal is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it. Is it just me, or did the butterfly gain an antenna since we last saw it? Even if it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? Fuck, maybe, dude. We still don't know where the blade of the Babalese knife went. It's in Damask 2's body. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabast. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Cordopia. That is one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock? I don't think grandfather clocks do that. Is it that time already? Time sure flies by when I'm involved in an investigation. Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun. Okay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know. Yes, Gramps. Quote-unquote real Prima Duck statue. Guaranteed. Neither of them are real. Both of them are fake. Also, I keep clipping. I'm trying to, like, tune it a little bit so that I don't keep clipping. But, okay, that looks better. This is really valuable, right? Meh. Depends. And that's what they say. Okay? You're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue's worth. Huh. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Okay, I guess I gotta talk to this fucko. You are so ugly, I hate you. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask you about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Excuse me? Which fire? Shut the hell up. Sus. What the fuck? Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jam Ninjas show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theatergoers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jam Ninja show was the second one of the night? Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken?
Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out.
Huh. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damage of the second fire? What floor are we on right now? Oh, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover from embers from leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. Bro, you're so suspicious. I want to punch you in the fucking nose. We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Coochie's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth and then after that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. Shut the hell up. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. Alright, I can do that for you. Wow. 4? This guy's going crazy. This guy's going cuckoo batshit bananas. So what did Mr. Coochie and you do this morning?
Well, originally, we were supposed to meet and shake hands with a jamming ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office.
You helped clean Mr. Coochie's office. Why were you not cleaning your own?
Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations.
It's going under even more renovations now because it's burned to fucking ash.
Which is why I bought the prima sections of Babyliss knife set down here.
I see.
Oh, but the tidying didn't take much really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh? Ah, about that. I kinda forgot to clean the ashes out.
I didn't see any ashes in there, you lying ass bitch. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger.
Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babyliss ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect.
Yeah, that's sus, homie. You're sus. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all.
Bro, you're sus. The ink wasn't even open. What fucking ink did you spill? All of it? Lies.
Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Coochie did this afternoon.
Well, Manny and I went down together to the Circum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Sea Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone.
So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show.
A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater because I was to take part as a photo op on stage at the end of the show.
There was a commemorative photo op at the end.
It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the jamming ninja.
He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. They're pictures.
This shouldn't be that fucking hard for him.
He's like, there's something, I don't know if it's just like the fact that he's like constantly rubbing his hands together or what, but this guy is so disgustingly suspicious. He reeks of oil.
The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep.
Slumber. I see. Ambassador Palino, thank you very much for your help.
I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright?
Yeah, I've got 2 more questions for you, bitch boy. Put your pants up. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Coochie's bundle of ink.
I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door, but when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames.
Oh, green flames, you say?
Sounds like someone got into a bit of wheat crystal oil. Ooh.
The fire was green? What was the cause?
Wheat crystal oil.
The case of the perplexing green flames. Interesting. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? His hidden ink supply, maybe? Well, okay. If you wrote with ink on a piece of paper and then burned the piece of paper, would it still burn green?
Much to think about. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event.
But because of the Yadagarsu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm gonna cancel this fool with my hands. I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babel's statue, well, it's just a replica. I'm trying to be French so fucking bad. And did Mr. Kucha know that about Babel's Prima statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something, but the statue is real as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact the country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the real magical opera. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up, but when I saw that nod, I realized he was serious. Mr. Kuchi conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Cadopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. He thought he was gonna be a figurehead, and he was gonna be able to rule and also keep a smuggling ring. Guaranteed. Guaran-fucking-teed. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What? What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. Why did he give it to Kay? It was nothing, soy. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. It's not gonna be me. Stay the fuck away from me. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yadagarasu, just like my father, right? Please, don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it's truly a wonderful thing to find a partner that you can trust. Heh, you bet. Gumshoe's like, you trust me, soy? So, what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. That gadget. Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Little Thief? I don't need a crush like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. This shit is a ridiculously strong tool. Paulino, get the fuck out of here. We're doing an investigation. You're just standing there rubbing your fucking hands, you weirdo. The clock moved. Look at that. Oh, fuck. No, I don't want to talk to you. This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. What does that mean? According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, so... which means that most likely was moved by someone during the fire. That's odd. It was still timing was right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged his internal mechanisms or something? Ambassador Palladino, maybe take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. I don't know if Gumshoe knows how the inside of a clock works. That's a lot of fucking wire to just stick in a clock. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? No, dude. It's him. Guaranteed it's him. He's so suspicious. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. Then this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor, until the Yatagarasu who appeared and caused a stir and babal, I suppose. Yeah, so the fire was burning, he came in. Like, okay, here's the thing. I have my doubts to an extreme extent against Ambassador Palaiano. However, the flip side of that is that they never make it that easy to guess who the real culprit is. So I know that it's, like, everything is lining up to pin him as the bad guy, and I'm like, okay, I'm on board with that. However, it's just so weird that it's being so obvious. And that's like that tiny little crumb of doubt in myself that's making me think that it's not him. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? It's either the ink or the lantern. Yeah. She was like, shut the fuck up, Edgeworth. And he was like, sorry. I need to think about this a bit more carefully. Okay, the question was worded weirdly. The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the wit crystal oil it's burning. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wit crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from wit crystal oil. Oh, Jesus. Just got a huge fucking thing. I just got a huge little pop-up from Windows Defender, and it was like, hey, you've got nothing wrong with your computer. Then don't scare me, please. I'm still just confused. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babali's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Kuchi used on his desk, right? Yes. However, we know that Mr. Kuchi was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. The flyers. What? Made of Babali's ink. What the fuck is made of ink? Not that. Counterfeit bills? Oh. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhengfa. You're kidding. But then why would he burn them? Ambassador, Mr. Kuchi had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes. And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. That's because you don't fucking think, Palano. You don't have a brain on your goddamn shoulders. You little shit. It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Kuchi and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. The statue remains the same. I mean, obviously somebody just didn't want the two countries to come together again. And it was probably Manic Coochie. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around. Why does everybody not know anything about how ceiling fans work? I think Kay just said that she's gonna attach a baby to a ceiling fan and watch it spin. So it would seem. Especially since the other two knives handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon, and Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. Very interesting. So, Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. That's literally nowhere. That's a crime. Everywhere. I can't believe she took me seriously. What, that's it? A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. There was a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I'm trying to look at the flag, please. Okay, so not everything highlighted in yellow is worth investigating. Because, the pile of brochures, the flag, and the curtain on this thing are all useless garbage. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I'm a prosecutor and it's a part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. Alright, do I have logic? What does Gumshoe have? Detective, you took part in the initial bubble investigation, correct? You shouldn't be using an elevator in a fire, period. Isn't it also possible that somebody was just using it on a lower floor? Okay, so here's some additional information for me. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. It's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal. Yeah, all I saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. Person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabas was proven to just be a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto you. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kuchi, then disappeared. By the way, detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did. But, well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh? Is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the third floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Ah, I see. Okay, so I forgot that Sheena was involved with this because she was the one who found Kay at first and assumed that she had killed Manny. I saw her coming out of the room next door. Connecting fireplaces, connecting fireplaces, connecting fireplaces, connecting fireplaces. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. No, you wouldn't, because she's the bad guy. Ambassador Palai, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yeah? About this office. It appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. We've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our true embassy is actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which rooms, the location of the fireplace and the layout exactly is the same. Even where the art is located is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo up with the Jammy Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that verse if it's not taken as the ambassador's office? I can never be French. I will never go to France again. They'll never let me in. Alright, so let's do bilateral symmetry and connective fireplaces first. Yeah, because that's gonna tell us that it should also be the same on this side. And then after that, I can use that to connect to Sheena. And that should be good enough, I think. Shut the fuck up, Paulino. I'm tired of you. Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Sheena, 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 Sheena! The X. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Do I have a picture of the other fireplace? No. So I guess I just have to inspect everything. What is it? It wasn't used? Oh! Oh! It doesn't match. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Paulino said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? Well, let's see. That works. Ambassador Paulino, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes. I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right. But why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry. I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. So revolving fireplace was used. Let's fucking go, baby. Yes, 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 yes. Come on. I'm 4 steps ahead of you. I'm 4 steps ahead. Let me hit this shit. Give me my logic. Come on. I'm itching for it. I yearn for it. Cool. So logic goes missing ashes, revolving fireplace used. Not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paulino said that he spilled some Bobolli's ink while he was burning the files, and yet there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The 2 sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Yes, yes. Sheena, 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 Sheena. Come on! Give it to me, dude. I'm itching for it. I'm itching for this fat realization. Let's go. Let's go. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, so... Yes, Detective, Agent Sheena. Let's go! It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochan. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? Because she's not gonna fucking tell us. Because she's a lying old bitch. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask 2's note. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. No. Next decade. Of course right now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? But Sheena's like so much smaller than him. Why don't we just have Kay go through it? And there's the ink. Yep. Under the same conditions as the killer? Don't be so mean to him. You're gonna get him dirty. So I'm guessing now the wire and the curtain are related. But I want to double check and see if the curtain is still there. Because if the curtain was burned away, then it's not going to be related anymore. But if it's still, if it's not there at all, if there's no burned remains, then it's possible that Sheena used the wire to like toss it out the window and make it look like they were flying. That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect. For your sake. Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. He's back! Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, so... I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but, you know... I see. Very well, then, as you wish. Yeah, because Gumshoe's a big old bitch. And that is? I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with a handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr... It's hailing? It's not even raining over here. Yeah, it's like sunny as shit over here. I don't think it's supposed to start raining until like Wednesday, tomorrow's like gonna be cloudy or something. March 14th. Theatrum Neutralis. I'm gonna go pee real quick and then I'll be right back. You can't get mad at me. You can't get mad at me because usually I do it in the middle of a section, and now I'm at the end of a section.
Oh yeah.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Dark sky, dark sky. There's a wind advisory today, apparently. Yeah, it says that there's a wind advisory, but I haven't heard anything. Supposed to be clear all day today. Today's a 98% chance of rain, but like, that's a fucking lie. And then tomorrow's 9% chance of rain, looks sunny. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 87%, 92%, 99% rain. So, I hope that's true. Boink. Agent Lang. Oh, he's got his stupid little double eye patch on again. Langsy says,
Little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves.
These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean?
It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get.
Sorry, I gave him Detective Bad's voice.
The counterfeit pills made with Babali's ink. They were all of Zangfa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zangfa is in financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zangfa, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. I wanted to hail here? What the fuck? Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quackest, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
Oh, look, it's that Sheena bitch. Let me see the hem of your dress, pussy. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang? Gumshoe just wanted to say those words. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yup, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Coochie, sir. Huh, just as I thought. Good work, detective. Ignore it being crusty for a second. God damn it. I just want a fucking image resizer. Sorry, I'm back on this just because, like, I keep thinking about it and it's bugging the shit out of me. So, custom resize, browse for this one. This will literally take like 5 seconds. I'm so sorry, but it just kept bugging me because I kept seeing it behind. Lock aspect ratio, so this will be 28 to less than 75? Fuck you. Resizeimage.net. Great. Selection area. 28. I think this is... Oh, I see. That's cropping. No rotation. Resize it by percentage or... no fill. Transparent. Make background transparent. Yes. PNG, default compression, resize, baby, let's go. I just, like, I was upset because, it was supposed to rain, like, yesterday, too, I think. 23 by 28? No, 28 by 28. Uh, 28 by 28. We'll do view image. Greato Daze. And this one will be G28. Whoops. And let's check that one out. Perfect. And we're gonna do it again. This one will be 56 by 56. Resize. View. A wee little bit bigger. I was expecting rain like throughout this weekend. I was expecting it. Oops, did I do 56 or 58? 56, cool. So I just mislabeled it. I'm hoping that it rains starting like tomorrow. Just because like I miss the rain. And Andrea told me too that it's apparently gonna be like 2 years worth of rain, which is, that sounds like a fucking dream to me. So, by God, hell fuck yes. Let's go here. Where was it again? Channel points. I think that's channel points. Creator dashboard? Probably, right? Oh, I hope there's no suspicious things here that you guys can see. Community, content. This guy followed me while I was off stream, so thank you, Spike Star, for the follow. Community? Yeah, channel points, baby. Let's go. Brownie points gets changed back to germs. We'll make it capital to make it a little fancy. There's Pogworth. G28 and 58 and 112. Does that go automatically? Oh, fuck yeah, it does. Let's go, baby. Boop. And we're just gonna ignore what you can redeem points for because I still don't have any idea about any of them. Thank you. Oh, wait, I have to move these. Welcome to the stream, Matthew. That's not what I wanted. Not Discord. Not at all, actually. I wanted File Explorer. And then these will go to emotes. And then I can delete all of these because I'm not using them. And I guess also that one. Wow, so those are just like separate copies. That's bizarre. Alright. Boop, bop, beep. Cool! The icon is invisible on dark mode? Fuck! I don't have any photo editing software. What am I supposed to do? I don't think I can put it in Paint. Edit and create. Draw, edit. Maybe you can just like... We can't edit files smaller than 50 pixels? Suck my dick and balls. Well, I guess I opened Discord for a reason. We go to emotes and then send these three. There we go. Thanks, Cam. Cool. And then I guess I'll just close that. And that. And back to the game. So Sheena is about to get shot the fuck up because we have pinned her right where we want her. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait. But I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you about something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yaragarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Kuchi was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Bobble investigation at all. So I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth. I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh? It sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well. I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously gonna treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? Yeah. Yeah, she is. You fucked up when you agreed to be her subordinate. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight. And the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. In sync, baby. Ha, I should have known. That you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Yare yare daze. Well, I'll prove her innocent, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Ha. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yaragarasu that appeared in Babal, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yaragarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second. But first I want to review what this person Kay saw did. Kay, if you could please explain what the person you were chasing did for us. Welcome to the chat room. What the fuck? Did I disconnect again? Piss. No, I didn't. I'm still going. That was weird. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage on the Babalese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yaragarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yaragarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yaragarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yaragarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yaragarasu run into Mr. Kuchi's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... So, okay, is it possible that she ran into this room? Is it possible that Sheena ran into the room and then bumped into Manny and was like, oh fuck, oh shit, and then killed him, and then, it flipped through the thing. Like, she didn't intend to kill him, but just kind of did it on accident. Alright, we'll pause. There's also some random pixel in the middle. Thank you. Okay, so now we go back to emotes, and then we'll save and overwrite. Save to emotes and overwrite. And save to emotes and overwrite. And now we go back to here. Not that. Actually, there we go. And here, upload this. God bless, baby. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Cam. I don't know if I can, like, do anything for you on this side. I don't know if I can, like, make you ultra mod or something. Sorry, but I know for a fact that that person didn't escape through that door. Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty? Huh. That's easy. If the Yaragarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Gummy! This is the person the suspicious person would have ran into. Huh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you sure you're not losing it? Oh, wait. What? Wait, that wasn't right? Think, Miles. Recall the circumstances around Kay's near arrest. There was someone right next to Mr. Coach's office investigating at the time. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door... Yeah, okay. Oops. Sorry. Sorry. Said it the wrong way. Your answer is Shina. Yes. Because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. Why? For Yatagarasu. When Kei screamed the Yatagarasu would have ran right into Agent Shina, who was in the next room over. Agent Shina, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not... Do not interrupt me. Interrupt me one more time and see what happens to your fucking little dog ears. It just means that the creep slipped down before Shina made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway. A certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream... Oh yeah. I ran towards Mr. Coach's office from the opposite direction of Agent Shina, see? So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. I like the dragons on his jacket. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. Does he know about the other one? Oh, I don't think he knows about it. Oh? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Bobbly side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come. Let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rub me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but... Yada yada. Humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that a photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. Well, I suppose not. Alright, then explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kei was chasing after. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand. English. I present to you proof that the person Kei saw is not the same as the one in the photo. What? And the person Kei saw is not the same as the one in the photo? Bitch, I don't know. What the fuck? Is it The Wire? I don't think that's right. I don't think it's The Wire. This silence is so loud. Help. Photo taken... Ah. Do I just present that then? Let's go! Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yaragarasu Kei saw. Kei spotted the Yaragarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you've bit him in the butt now. I'm not eating ass, Kei. Do not even insinuate such an awful topic. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is, and how the Yaragarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha, as I thought. However, the Yaragarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. You can. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babalee side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Sheena.
You've shielded me a lot as my boss, but it's time for me to prove my worth.
Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle truly begins.
Now then, what is it you'd like to ask?
Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalee's embassy? Get her ass.
During the first Babalee's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yaragarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over.
I don't know if she's an accent or not.
Although I was in the next room, I was unable to get a glimpse of the Yaragarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yaragarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say.
But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kuchi's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony.
Good.
Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate her alibi, is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic! And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kei under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Who the fuck is Larry? Oh, Buzz. Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Also, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kei out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry.
No, Kei, it's not okay. Fuck these two. They're a bunch of bitches. I won't stand for any of this shit. Huh. Well, I never doubted you, not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Then let's put that to the test and see if she is really worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
I'm gonna get you, bitch. Let's see if she has anything right now. While searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yaragarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical the girl's Yaragarasu even exists. Okay. Tried and true, press until you drop. So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort.
I was in charge of the police on the Babalee side, so I helped them with their work.
Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to, that is the definition of a secretary. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, detective. Hey, leave him alone. What the fuck? Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at. Sex things. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babal, correct? I like that we've stopped referring to them as embassies, and now they're just the entire country. So this weird little apartment building is just, you guessed it, the country. Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. Haha, sex. 69. There's no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yaragarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes. I don't know if I have anything. So you were in the room next to Mr. Kuchi's office. I already told you I was earlier. As I was examining the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Kuchi's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up. And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. Ooh! I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yaragarasu, Agent Sheena. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yaragarasu. You were unable to catch even a glimpse, despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, now would we? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now, so I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that? Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yaragarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yaragarasu despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yaragarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yaragarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere. Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. What the fuck? What am I doing? Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I found your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh? Then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? I will in due time. The escape route, if it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Sheena, Then what is it that she's keeping from us right now? What the fuck do I have? I don't think I have anything. Revolving fireplace. Okay, left ashes there. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. What is this? Part of the rose garden pool. Autofills the water when the water level is too low. I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yadagarsu that had appeared in Babal. Wait, but doesn't she say that she doesn't believe that it exists? During the second fire, I was searching for the Yadagarsu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to get a glimpse of the Yadagarsu. Ah, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. What is this? Bobbly's ink smuggling. Bobbly's ink. Passion flowers. 2 large flowers in bloom. I don't think that's relevant right now. I assisted in putting out the fire. Made by Cochin, all burned in Babal. Samurai dog. That's the bent spear. Prima Duck statue. Silhouette lantern. Type is the pig. Use perfume. Fountain spouts. Photo of the Yadagarsu. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. The first fire at the Babalu's embassy occurred during the Jam and Ninja show. Fire occurred on the 4th and 5th floors, and it took until the end of the show to put the fire out. The second fire at the Babalu's embassy occurred after the Jam and Ninja show. The fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Cochin's office caught fire during this. That might be something... During the second fire, I was searching for the Yadagarsu that had appeared in Babal. Is it something about this? 2 fires broke out in Babal. During the Jam and Ninja show, and then after the Jam and Ninja show. Fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Cochin's fire caught fire during this. After the Jam and Ninja show, because they were supposed to do a thing in there, right? So I don't think it's that. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Can't really get anything off of that. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yadagarsu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yadagarsu even exists. What am I looking for? I don't get it. I'm lost. Spilled Babalu's ink onto the back wall while burning files in the fireplace. Left ashes there. This is just a random wire. Not relevant to anything yet. am lost. Although I was in the... What am I supposed to fucking do here? Hold on. Hold on. I literally, like, I have no leads on this at all. This is Turnabout Blaze, I think, right? Oh, Turnabout Ablaze, sorry. Turnabout Ablaze, and I think this is like 3 or 4. 4, I think. Okay, yeah. Sheena's movements. She doesn't quite believe in Kay's testimony, so we must prove its existence. Present the revolving fireplace wall in the 4th statement. Okay. That's all. I closed the walkthrough. Sorry. Present the revolving fireplace wall, but like, why? I don't... Oh, I guess because it's been used? Being in the room next to Mr. Cooch's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Cooch's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Cooch's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. But then where's the coat? Where's the coat? Oh my god. Hold on. That's Callisto U. That's Callisto U. Oh my god. What a twist. That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be. But it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace? Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. I'm gonna shoot this bitch on the goddamn neck. I hate her. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know. And that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question. Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. I think that's it. Oh, sweating. I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. That's it, yes. According to Ambassador Poliano's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cucci. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Poliano said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cucci's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? Ash as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I'm gonna shoot her in the dick. I'm gonna get her ass. I wonder if Lang knew. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cucci's office. Not very thorough after all. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. No, it's not. What piece of evidence? What is it, Kay? I haven't had a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. Go Edgeworth! Dad mode, activate! With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please. Show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena, shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. I'm gonna set her house on fire and make her watch as her family dies. Okay, let's see. Oh, banger track, dude. Let's go. It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So that should be proof enough, even for you, pal. Huh, it looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Listen, only I can call Gumshoe stupid. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret and leave it to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Palaiano and Mr. Cochin. Curses. Should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. I take it you have no further objections. What am I looking for? So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalese embassy. Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Alabas were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears as they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash on the fireplace of that room, and for that I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologized for his subordinates and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Coochie's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coochie's office. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babalese knife handle yet. Ha! You see? My subordinates worked hard to investigate everything, so there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lane's really sticking up for people. Langzi says all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we gonna do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babalese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found, if there is one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. What piece of evidence? What the fuck? Is it the wire? This is a banger track. It might be the wire. Good length of wire that was found wound up inside Bubba's grandfather clock. Hold on. Okay, let me read that part again. Do you actually have any proof? No. What are we gonna do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Bobbleys investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found, if there is one thing I do know, it's that someone tried to hide it from us. It might be the wire. Because none of this other stuff is, like, relevant. Ooh. Let's go! Let's go! Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves, standing there insulting Interpol agents? You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? A length of wire. So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Bobbleys embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What is that? Ooh, so I guess I could have presented either the bills or the wire. These sprites are so cute. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence, anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena, and is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. The open air stage or the other room? The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kuchi's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Sheena's the Yatagarasu? Yes. If my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then, I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is a question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? as if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yaragarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Bobbly's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But it is really worth so little. Is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Thank you for bringing them to me. Saves me a trip. May I have them back now? No. These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so if you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang! Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sorry? Coat. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. There it is. It appears that you managed to stain your coat rather badly, Agent Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Keisan was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when he went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. Do you think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words rang hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace... Which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me? Sorry. What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh? And you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. Boink, boink, boink. Get this bitch out of my sight, I'm tired of her. Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. Fucking serve Spike. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. I'm gonna turn on my light real quick. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babali's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babali's ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do. And I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babali's ink. We can find out whether it's Babali's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're gonna prove that it's Babali's ink? Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. The flame. It's a flame. It's the same color as the flame's wood crystal oil produces, which means Bob-Lee's ink is a product of wood crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarsu's other wing.
Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarsu, the one who killed my father.
It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena, or should I say, Callisto you. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you?
Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life.
Is that manner of speaking, is that attitude? You haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true, ugly form to the world.
Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you?
I do. It's something that the second Yatagarsu has preserved for us these last 7 years.
Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth.
I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this and clip this Yatagarsu's rings for good. Oh my god. Oh, I was sweating. I thought I chose the wrong fucking thing. This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you.
It will?
Kay has preserved it perfectly for us.
Surely you remember this bottle.
This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well.
This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since.
Got her.
That if stored in the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades, which means that your fingerprints are still on here. Every last one.
We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints of this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Got her ass. Oh, this is a different laugh cycle. I'm kind of scared. Jesus Christ.
It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth.
Callisto you.
So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Sheena, you're...
Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who's been feeding them intel and Interpol all this time?
Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarsu. That's right. Callisto you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarsu.
Callisto you, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly.
You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarsu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Kay, don't!
I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty.
Fuck off. Kay! You let Kay go right now, pal. You despicable. Let go of me, you filthy bitch. You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? Because there's 3 people. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way. The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, No, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object, and a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system, and a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind ever. Yo! Is he the third?
It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away.
You're the third member of the Yatagarasu?
You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? What happened to such a great team? If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! It's over, Sheena. Your leg! Agent Lang!
You idiot! What were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for?
I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full-body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir! Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Hey, I found some. Oh, fuck! What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir. Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna go return this Babali's knife now. Alright. I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. Holy shitamoly, my guy. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cucci's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cucci's killer. You killed Mr. Cucci with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babali's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth. but there are two problems with it. Problems in what respect? Why do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? She wanted to kill her. Ah, ha ha ha. Ha ha. When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Kuchi's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I'd planned to search you and take back the device that rightly belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were gonna take little thief away from me? Okay, but here's the thing. Clearly, she's not a very good Yatagarasu, because if the Yatagarasu is formed of 3 people and she keeps calling herself the true Yatagarasu, she's let it get to her head. So clearly, she is not a good fit for the position. Somebody take it away from her. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Kochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're gonna tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babalese embassy on fire. Of course. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then, why start 2 fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. And now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang. Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bat, don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after.
The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also a part of the Yatagarsu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no. You're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad. I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarsu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr.
Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you.
These are the pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarsu stole from my office. Huh? Wait, what?
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means... what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir.
It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case.
Alright, I was waiting until this part was over so I could go pee, but it's taking so long, and I have to go pee again. BRB. That one took long. That's how much pee there was in me.
Ooh. Ooh. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarsu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate.
We called ourselves the Yatagarsu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
He's getting his cheek poked. Did you do channel points for that? But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony.
Pokeworth.
The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister.
What? Then that means...
Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely.
Trump card?
That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it, slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
It's the mark of the Yaragarasu. But why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kochin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yaragarasu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yaragarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze.
So you mean the cards were written in Baba Lee's ink?
The fact that the card that Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
So that's what those white cards are.
The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe, I'm entrusting this to you.
I thought he was giving him the lollipop. I was like, I don't know about that one, Chief. What is this, sir?
During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. That's an important, definitive piece of evidence.
But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it?
The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
This video. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
What? Did I? Then that card was not the calling card of the Yaragarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them.
The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is...
Whether you use them or not, it's up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who's above the law.
Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them.
You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu.
Pops.
Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
Oh, Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice.
Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go.
Yes, sir.
Is this really the end of a legend?
Holy shit. What a fucking turn of events. What a fucking turn of events. I need to stop drinking so fast. If I drink so fast, it's gonna make me need to pee. I can't pee. That's illegal. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on this tape detector bag gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Who the fuck is that? Is that Manic Coochie? This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident, and the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claims that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage for the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? This is the national flag of the Principality of Cordobia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there?
Ah, Miss Von Carmen, Miss Edgeworth. So you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
Oh, idiot, Quackus. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. and we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away. So I hope that you can understand how I feel.
Well, we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Babalese police?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and...
This one, Karma. I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true. However, as you said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? What the fuck? Lang? Back already? Yo. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief. And so, under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. God, he's laughing just like that other bitch. Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You? No? The killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Langzi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask 2's killer? I'll tell you who. What? Is he high? I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah. Although, their whip is actually quite... Yeah. Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you're about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
Alright, wait, wrong voice. Shit. Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babal, did you not? And where is your evidence that I am the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Agent Lang. As someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. Huh. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Agent Lang is gonna be like, both of you, fuck off. Get out. No. So if this is our last chance, then this is like part 5, I think, of 7. So what are the 2 ones after? Okay, now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manikuchi's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alaba's ornamental knives. And then, the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primadux statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off. You have no fucking evidence for that. You're dumb. You're an idiot. What? Abso-fucking-lutely not. This guy's high. This guy's out of his fucking mind. He's not making any sense. I feel like he's driven by this, like, this desire to, like, one-up us, you know? Because we got his subordinate, and now he wants to take out one of our party. He's a fucking dork. He's a loser piece of garbo. Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Huh. Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now. Look, sis. I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? This is a weird fucking thing. He's accusing her with no evidence whatsoever. He's got no basis for this. The knife that killed Manny was found on Sheena. So if they're smuggling weapons back and forth, it wouldn't make sense that Franziska would smuggle the blade over, give it to Sheena, and then Sheena kills Manny. It just doesn't make sense. There's no logic behind that. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Yeah, you going the fuck away, because clearly you're out of your mind. Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's get started. Yes, let's. One of Alaba's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochin, and the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Okay, but... Also, how the fuck would she, like, drag that statue around? Like, I get that it's, like, hollow and light, but you're not just gonna hide that. If you're bringing that into the other country, they're gonna be like, why the fuck are you bringing in the statue? So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me, Langsy never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Langsy's proverbs like that? Better than you. That's who I think I am, dumb bitch. Because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Get his ass. Alright, let's dig through this shit. Okay, I haven't even had a chance to look through what evidence I have left, man. Come on. Very interesting. A very interesting thing. So I still have the wire, revolving fireplace. I got those two, bauble of fire. That's the thing taking flight. This is probably going to come into use at this point for some reason. Samurai dogs are somehow still relevant. And this is Cadopian paper document. Okay. Interesting. I guess we'll find out. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. So you're saying that the Prima statue was also brought over by Francisca? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. Exactly, so shut the fuck up. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure. Impenetrable. I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. Oh, I see. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Prima statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera equipped, well-guarded doors. Oh, I think I might have something. Was Francisco really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was an all-boss when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Kuchi's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. Then how do you explain the Prima statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things that cross the border are the Prima statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Let's try that. Fuck. Fuck.
I feel like this has something to do with it. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Maybe? Just kidding. Okay, I'm gonna stop guessing now, because I am going to die. George1, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Getting me even closer to my second follow goal. I only need to be confident in the facts. Okay, one of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask 2 is Babal's Prima Duck statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Hi Eve, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And yeah, this is gonna be a pretty long stream, so I'll be here for a hot minute, as they say. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. The only things to cross the border are the Prima Duck statue and the knife. Yeah, super long last chapter. All the other cases were like 2 to 4 hours, I'd say. This one is like 10 or 11, apparently. What else crossed? What the fuck? Oh. Is that the spear? I mean, it's... Let me try and present the spear. Ooh. Fuck off, man. I swear to God that's it, because Larry also moved between the two places. Turnabout ablaze. Alright, hold on, you're crusty. Bink. And this is, I think, 5-5? Yes. Oh, fuck off. How was I? Okay, alright, whatever. Discovered at the Baba Lee's embassy. Ugh. God, I lost so much health just fucking guessing. Agent Lang. Those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? Damask 2 was killed with Babal's Prima Duck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Prima Duck statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily.
But suppose there was some other way than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Is it the flight? Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. I'm fucking sweating. I have like no HP. That supernatural photo? Like I said before, humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait. Not humanly possible. Eureka! I hate that he says Eureka. He's such a nerd. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... What, one of the statues? I mean, it can't have been, it can't have been Manny, because Manny's fucking dead at this point. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th place, or on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. So, this was after the fires were put out. Is it Larry? I don't want to take damage again, so let me see. Oh, I was right. It is the statue. Okay, alright. Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Pribaduk statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatagarasu, or rather, Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. Yummy! Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. She launched it through the air? Huh. And how exactly did she do that? He is literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Called you into his office. Okay, so it's the statue, but then if it's the statue, how did they launch it? Did they, like, attach the wire somewhere and then flung it across? Because there's no way she, like, fucking yeehaw through it across the entire embassy. Unless they're closer than they look. Huh. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proofs that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no. Huh. As you wish. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Arabastian embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Franziska, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail. Intriguing. So I guess I'll just press her, because I don't want to disprove anything she says, right? Because if I disprove things that she says, that puts her in a bad position. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, then after that... Couldn't it... I mean, if I... What? So you were at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show. Well, yes. So Franziska was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Franziska. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. At that time, Damask Chu's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of me getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. Oh, I can attest to that, actually. I remember speaking with a lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony. and let's hear some details. Let me check those flowers real quick. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you enter the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's not only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself, and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes. The plants in this room, they are all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say? What did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. But there weren't. Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ah, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. All I've done is state what I saw. I've made not a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Miss Edgeworth.
I understand. It looks like 2 of them got plucked out. This patch of soil looks as though it has... It looks as though it has had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here, waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang? Flowers are best appreciated in silence. This watering can is a rather robust design. But what does that mean? So those 2 holes are there, correct. I've examined those. I guess I would examine these flowers too. Oh! No, I got it. It's the sticks. It's the sticks that I have. Yeah, but no matter how we look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here today. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Got it. Hook, line, and sinker, baby. Shut up. Let me pull it out.
Boink, boink, boink. Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are, in actuality, support sticks for the passion flowers. Huh, then so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the other night. The whole night. So make no mistakes. These sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. The stick? That's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks. Huh? The object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks. So I have two sticks. Together they make one stick. Or they make a plus. Or they make two sticks separately. Or they make one long stick, one thick stick. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks. I'm guessing that there was something that we saw that is now about to be deconstructed as being something plus the support sticks. So that's what we're trying to figure out, but I don't know what it is. Object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... The crossbow? Oh my god, you got it right. No, Eve, you got it. Also, thank you. Cam made it for me. Miss Frog Tea in our chat. Yeah, you got it. That's it. I said crossbow because I pulled up a walkthrough and it said crossbow, and then I looked over and you said the bow. I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. I don't know if you can do that. I feel like it would snap. I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? The wire, the wire, the wire, the wire, the wire, the wire. Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together. What the fuck? I'm hearing noises from inside my closet. I'm really about to kill myself. My shit's just shaking. I think it was just the door. Weird.
So Babal's statue was draped in the Yanagarsu's clothes and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primadux statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist, after all, aren't you? If there's a ghost in my closet, it better fucking be friendly. The Primadux statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primadux statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. So I think I need to present the wire somewhere. Because what I'm thinking is that this became like a pulley system. But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. I could pull up the walkthrough again and make sure, but I'm not gonna do that. Because this is... I'm gonna do this myself. Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Courtroom certainly is a strange place, if what you say is true. God, that one smells so much like alcohol. We just put on some hand sanitizer. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Let's see what happens if I present the wire on this statement. Fuck me, man! Oh, I'm supposed to fucking press it first. Oh, I'm gonna piss my pants. Fuck off, Lang. God, I should have pressed everything first. I'm an idiot. I'm a fool, a buffoon. God damn it. What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's a launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with a crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. Now it's the wire. I was on the right track. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. Yep. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Bombaliers Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? third and fourth floor to the fifth floor. I think I got it. So they shot the wire down, sent the statue down it, then they tied the other statue to the wire, and then whoever shot the wire in the first place pulled it up. Rotary motion. Well, it's not swinging motion, actually, because if it was a swinging motion, it would just hit the fucking thing. It's definitely not bungee action, either, because there's no way that that wire has that much elastic force. But the question is, how do they tie it to the wire in the first place? Because, like, so let's assume that he is, like, you know, let's assume that this is correct, that this is actually what happened, which it probably is. But if we think about it, the statues are just statues. It's not like they have holes on them or whatever that you can, like, you know, loop it through. So how did they attach the statues to this little pulley system? Also, I'm eating Cheez-Its. Yeah, exactly. Unless it's sideways, I guess. Oh, are they not both hollow? This is a weird one. They pulled this one out of their ass is what they did. But then the question is, like, who? Who else was here? All I can think of is Damask 2. QED? What is that? Quick end discussion. That was a pretty sick form of dialogue right there. I haven't had my dessert yet. The proof is in the pudding. Pretty good, pretty good. Also, quick plug for these. Cheez-Its have these hot and spicy ones, right? With, like, I don't know if it's Tabasco or if it's just, like, hot sauce. It tastes just kind of like normal hot sauce. But oh my fucking god, dude. If you like spicy food, these are fire beyond belief. What? One more piece of evidence? No. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. It needs to be some kind of rotary, some kind of wheel. You're fucking joking. The fan? Fuck off. Whoever wrote this part pulled it way out of their ass. Absolutely not. This does not, no. If that statue's made of gold, there's no way it's hanging on a fucking ceiling fan like that. Especially if it's stretching that far. So it's gotta be someone that works with Alba. Huh. An international incident. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Is it the pick? There is a piece of evidence that will point it. Okay, so it was someone who knows that there's a fan in each of these offices, and someone who knows that the passion flowers could, it could be used as bolts. So but who has something like that? Because, okay, if we look at this, the pick is not a pick. It's a petal. If we look at the design of the flower behind Edgeworth, that, like, petal matches exactly what this pick looks like. So it's got to be that. But who's got something like that? All right, let me just double check and make sure. Present the crossbow arrows or passion flowers. What the fuck? It says present the passion flowers. Smuggling could not have been possible without use of the crossbow. Furthermore, is it Alba? Because if someone else had done it, Alba would have come in, looked at his plants, been like, what the fuck is going on? Why aren't my plants the way that they're supposed to be? Is it Alba? What the fuck? Uh-huh. What the fuck, man? It is Alba. The culprit of what, though? Of just the swapping part, right? I'm assuming it's one of the statues. These Cheez-Its are so good. Yeah, okay, so if we examine the statue now, then it should essentially say, why would you swap out the real one for the fake one, unless there's something wrong with the real one? Alba doesn't care. Alba's clocked out. Top of his noggin. Around the base of his neck. Yeah, just rip its fucking head off. Rip off the head of this national treasure. That's fine. It definitely won't lead to international qualms. What the fuck? Coupons? I mean, that's pretty much what we're doing. So he's the head. Weird. Yeah, Alba's not gonna say shit. He's not gonna say shit, dude. I'm better than you'll ever be, old man. But then it's like, why? You know? Why was he so adamant in not having them rejoin? Or maybe that's why he wanted to rejoin, actually. He's picked up Callisto Yu's bad habit. Francisca's like, how dare you use me? Lang's pretty big brain, actually. I still wouldn't forgive him. I'd beat his ass. Point blank, period. I would be so mad still. Alright, okay. I guess they're all homies now. With it because he was just like, oh, if I can get somebody else accused besides me, then that means I'll be safe. But do I still have the... Huh. I guess I can't read them. Yeah. Because it's signed by Manny Cochin. Not for long. The trump card and the tape. The tape I can get, because Cadopia. But I don't know about the trump card. They're illegal evidence in a court of law. Lucky for us, we're not in a court of law. Uh-oh. Is Edgeworth about to break the law? Is he about to go against his own delicate sensibilities? Oh, yum. Those Cheez-Its are so good. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yaragarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now. Okay, that sounds like a bad end. So, killing random domestic. Okay, he asserts that he's not the ringleader. We're now faced with a difficult choice. We can use the proof that Detective Bed gave us, but that would mean presenting illegal evidence. You'll be given a choice, but you will be forced to present them either way. These two oh, okay. So I guess that, like, doesn't matter. I'll just say don't use the trump card because... Actually, I'm gonna save state just in case. I'm gonna say don't use the trump card because this is I don't want to sully his hands. Francis is like, boy, if you don't bring that shit out, I swear to God. Everyone's stressing me the fuck out. Edgeworth is just like, come on, man, I don't want to do it. And everyone's like, do it, do it. God, I would be so stressed out if I were in this situation. He's faking. Shoot him. He's like, why do you have it? I'm like, shut the fuck up about it. Okay, end 2 is apparently long as shit. Oh, it's actually not, like, awful. And then part 3 is also not bad. Boink. And... am I still on N1? I think I'm still on N1. Yeah, so we're just using it anyway. Fuck what anybody says. He's just pulling out all the stops. He's like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I just want to put you in jail where you belong. Does he even know that? How old is this guy, too? He looks like he shouldn't remember fucking anything from, like, yesterday. He's like, oh, you interest me, Miles Edgeworth. Very curious indeed in this case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The prey the Yaragarsu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. As you can see, Mr. Kojin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding the card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it?
But there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. According to Detective Bad, Silence CCU is what is written here, along with a method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. The car that passed by in front of the victim's building. It's an official Kodopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia. This section will make it all clear to us. No? Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off! Sorry, it's the card first. The shape of this pocket, and the directives card in it. It tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Kochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. He's gonna get a heart attack. He's dead.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at that time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists, so naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Ka-chow! What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Kodopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Huh. Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal,
In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the metal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact metal as the one on your chest.
What?
What? Ew! Look at these black spots on his face. The wind blew his fucking skin off.
This is how it will be.
This is how it will be. But I won't look back, for this is the path that I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose that little game this time.
You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the Damask 2 murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense?
Damask 2 attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
Ha ha! What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
If you wish to claim that it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But Damask 2 didn't have a single weapon on his body. He looks like he's gonna pet her.
Hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon.
You hid it.
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you speak. My special bonsai trimming shears.
It's covered in blood.
It was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, that's enough to declare it so.
No way. Oh, which reminds me. I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of Damask 2 was done in self-defense? Don't be afraid, whip him. In my trials, no one escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? What? What? What the fuck is that?
That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively alabaster soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in alabaster. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job.
And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance.
and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system reading right out of your hands. These crimes y'all speak so seriously of. To me, this will be nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of my little game.
These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go fetch eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? Okay, I'm pulling up a walkthrough now so I can speedrun these last 2. Because I heard that these last 2 are the long runs, or like longer ones. So I'm just gonna speedrun. Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. Whoop. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck are we waiting for? Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. That was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, so we're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of the country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone. I don't know what she said. Oops, I clicked too fast. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babel a bit more, sir. And I have some things that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Ugh. Ambassador Elba seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are 2 special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool. It sounds like the embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. Not necessarily. And Murder to Mask 2 run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts.
He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, I didn't get my fucking health back? We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Bombalese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place, or get rid of it all. Right. So we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bill's disposal, and the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who's mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. They're fake friends. Maybe they were. But what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Palaiano? Hold on. This is super bizarre, but I think that the closet door is shaking a little bit when I speak. So I think my voice vibrations in the literal air are pushing this door around. That's fucking bizarre. Because I don't hear it when I'm not speaking. And then as soon as I start reading, it like creaks. Fucked up. Very weird. Yes. And that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Prima Duck's statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas 2 to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was an Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right. And that is what we must solve next. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. God, Palaiano looks like such a bitch. Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. Ugh. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Bang, bang. Bah! Babal's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife. Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Fucked up. Oh, but I have it. I have the missing pedal. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. Theatrum Neutralis. The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case, it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see the records despite the order to vacate. Oh god, where did you come from? Fuck off. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a good look at its contents. You move fast. Von Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I never said that, though. I really hope there's something in there that we can use. $523, baby. Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be the shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. That, right there, is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Give me my health back, please. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Miss Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Yeah, Albo's nose is massive, but look. What was his fucking name? Ace Attorney Atkin, I think his name was. No, Ace Attorney fucking Ace Detective. What was that fucking guy's name? Look at me. Look at this guy's nose. I've been thinking about this too. I was like, why does his nose look familiar? Because it fucking looks like that shit. Long as all hell for no goddamn reason. Look at this. Hello? God? That's it. I'd been thinking about that before because I was like, why does his nose look so familiar? Why does he look familiar when he's being an asshole? And I was like, oh, it's because he looks like Luke at me.
Ambassador Palano.
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well. If you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want.
Yeah, I forgot about him too until like until I saw this shitty little smile right there. When I saw that, then I was like, that reminds me so much of that other long-nosed bitch.
Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Palano. Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then,
what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch, after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babol. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babol. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you moved out of my way.
I said hold it.
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Edgeworth, you're so ballsy.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you're forbidden to lose. Of course. That is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we've just gotta catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we? I put a weird inflection on that. Please don't sue me.
So press statement 2.
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now, let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he's killed another human being? Well, I'm not gonna stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
Ka-chow!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil. And because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling torn tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Primaduck statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. He has a similar objection noise to Manfred von Karma.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then.
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man he was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Bobo to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Palaiano.
I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Palaiano. We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems that there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Bern Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which you wrote about the Yatagarasu's key? Yes. Yes. This organizer belongs to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago. Huh. I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that little thief? This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabaster right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Okay. Does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. I can't believe the fucking Bad just left us here. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. Isn't it the tough get going? I feel like there was a lot easier way to say that. After all of this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. Being applauded by Franziska von Karma, godlike. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all? Barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please. Get his ass. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palaiano's office, you will not stop me. I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people are practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. Blech. So it says present the commemorative photo at either statement 1 or statement 4. We'll do it on statement 4. 3, 4. Present commemorative photo. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. A long, hard look. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. Gross. I just burped. This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. He's like, eh.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
We're not through yet.
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
That's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Okay, showing up, balls out, let's go. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Langzy says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters, then the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The Imperial household? What have you done?
You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. Whoa. There goes his skin. Someone catch it. Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Langzy. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. Yeah, get his ass.
It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked.
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Turn docile? I don't think so. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my VIP on him. Well, now you can't, because he's no longer an ambassador. It's no longer an international offense. So please, whip him to shreds.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
I don't think you're any of those things. Not honest, not hardworking, also not an ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. I love that he keeps calling him Mr. Alba instead of ambassador. Just to really rub it in. Just to really make him feel shitty about it.
No.
I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us.
So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I'd expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater, but even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war.
Okay, Edgeworth. Pop off, King.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken a knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrendered too?
Yes. Quite literally. Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Just another witness. Oh my god, they're all gonna beat the shit out of him. This guy's dead. Present the push cart on statement of 4. Push cart. Present the notes on Cochin's body. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be? Another VHS? What year is it? Bastards.
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just so you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Oh, thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the push cart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the push cart.
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had this steel samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however...
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Gumshoe! Gummy? Detective Gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. King Gumshoe. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was an alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Wow, would you look at that? It's blood. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you return to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth. Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there's no questions that can be answered, right? The Prima Duck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Yes, that's all.
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damask II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of them. I do so hate to waste time.
What? You? Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
So why was it only with a Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arrange the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well... And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this either, but his name was Masked too. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primarch statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now. I think the scary part's is silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Midas Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? Mr. Edgeworth. Even after proving so much, is he gonna get away with it? Is this the end? Fuck off. Look at how he's gripping his fucking baby. He just has it in a fucking, like, death grip on its head. Larry... Larry, that's not how you hold a child. It's the Steel Samurai. No, you're mistaken, for I am... Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is... Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo. The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust. Go away. How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? And I see the minister finds the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey, is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about these names either, but I also don't know how I feel about these characters. So I feel like we're in a good little spot. Oh yeah. I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal? And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabos the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in... That's enough, Larry. God, he's just beating the shit out of him. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the two countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babal is... Bilateral symmetry. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter what you do. It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us. And you will stay here with us and wait. Holy shit, Gumshoe, that was fast as shit. Mr. Edgeworth is here, sir. It's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Baba Lee's side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
Woo. Woo. Jesus. Ugh. Ugh. I think it's that voice is killing me. Lang's voice. Got a little bit of water in my system now, feeling a little bit better. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it, but he has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Miss Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. I got it. It's full baked if you would just let me talk. I think that'd be cool of you.
In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because, from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. Fires.
No, I believe this time we really are done, right?
Not in my watch. Unfortunately for... Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water. That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any...
What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Is this one the fire? Yes. Tonight, the Yodagars who set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Huh. So what? The water level went down? The reservoirs were connected? Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation you're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I've found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
How have you know those pools are extremely deep? And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls, there was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Oh? It looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. Gimme that. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort, these were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance, in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden, and pushed it, along with the Iron Infant Mr. Cochin's body, into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down, and by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. I was gonna say that fills up fast as fuck if it's just those two leaves, but I guess the holes in the wall help too. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all. So you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. Hold on, big stretch. Oh yeah, fuck. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Bobble's open air stage area. Where's that shitty little thing?
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Bobble side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill you in. Allow me fill you in. Okay. Allow me to fill you in on what I found at the stage actually belongs to. Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. See? I fucking got it, dude. I predicted all of this shit. I predicted that the water went through, that it was transported through the water. It was because Larry was swimming around in there. So I predicted that that wasn't gonna be the it like didn't bottom out there, that it led to the other side, and that's where the baby was. And then I also predicted that that was a flower petal, not a guitar pick. Just saying, my brain is fucking massive. I assumed that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then, it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Oh, I assure you, it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open air stage area on the Baba Lee's side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babal. The people of Zangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Elba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy's ever going to admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost, I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. I wish there was an auto-scroll option. This really will be the end of the line. Alright. right. We're on the last part. Last part. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there's anything else for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin.
Well,
I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. Let's go.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
So does fucking everyone in this universe, apparently.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I?
You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who's cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Huh? Hey, Edgy, who is she? Who is this super cute...
Larry!
Larry, I'm pretty sure she's a minor. She's 17. She's 17 and you're 25, you dog. I'm gonna kill you.
Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, so Kay, I'm Larry, but...
Good, whip him. Silence is a peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. And that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sick! Got his trust. Hook, line, and slam dunk.
I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job.
Larry's a dog, my guy. He needs to be hung, drawn, and quartered.
This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Alba's lies.
Press statement 3 to get Mr. Alba to elaborate.
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice. Myers Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. I'm gonna kill you. Where's Phoenix Wright? He's probably the big dog.
Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that.
How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes.
And today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
Got him. That shit didn't happen because Larry's a fucking idiot.
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The samurai spear? What about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Unfortunately for you, tonight's steel samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? There goes his skin. So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cotton instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I shall insist that I watched the show, or most of it, in any case.
What do you mean? What do you mean by most of it?
Ah, you see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Who was that just now? Shut the fuck up, Larry. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Edgy, just hold for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel... a Steel Samaniac.
Shut the fuck up.
What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac.
Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai.
I'm gonna kill him. I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
Huh. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin.
You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move's a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret. Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Did I say something stupid again?
Yes, you did. Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah.
The stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's right board. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. So basically, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and a wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Oh, but I thought you were a fan, old man. What happened?
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Huh, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba.
You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So?
Just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known about the name of the special move. You saw it. Oh, fuck. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide.
Got him.
Swoosh. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Albast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
That's awful. So the body was just on stage. That's so fucked up. What if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb. But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with a pushcart.
Correct. And it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room that it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room and I want to know why.
Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Not so fast. Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did.
I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk. Still trying to get out of this. Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure you'll find some new facts, pal. Ooh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else, and they found nothing. There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers.
Ugh. First Larry and now you.
What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. A kiss. Come here, give me them lips, baby.
The most wonderful thing from you.
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know? Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this?
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes, oh, Edgy Poo. Here, go on and eat one. You'll feel as right as rain.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I
Okay, alright, whatever. I hope I never see you again. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a rising sun dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this rising sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction.
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs out to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all.
I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kojin at this theater and then placed his body in the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Okay, let's see. So, samurai dogs, body in the push cart. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. And I've only got 2 left. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy, removing dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. Stop, you're gonna make her horny. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy Poo.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Kojin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. You're bluffing.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is gonna put the old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with a rising sun fan on it, this should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. What? Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you! Get this down to the lab, pronto.
Leave me a samurai dog.
I wanna eat a samurai dog. Leave me one.
But why was there blood on the box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with a push cart, correct?
Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. The pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So, to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated the room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes. No doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to him, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting it. I didn't steal. I received it from myself.
Quercus Alba. I'd say this was a fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
Heh.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something.
Huh? Excuse me, sirs. These motherfuckers move fast, bro. Well, I knew it. With this Quercus Alba.
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question.
The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Coach's blood, what difference would it make?
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's... He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence, it's meaningless. That can't be, we were so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
You have no power here, dumb fuck. You're not even an ambassador anymore. It wasn't me, pal.
And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me neither.
It was me. Why did you...
Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
There's more?
What? Hurry up and spit it out! Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No.
What? What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
God, so many twists.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Bitch, me too. The fuck? Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with a murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess that's possible. Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Quercus Alba, you bastard!
Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes.
You know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
This anime-ass ending, dude. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Drop his name, drop his name, drop his name. Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom, like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Quercus alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings were clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what do you think it means, Kay? We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English?
What are you talking about?
What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to.
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus alba.
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, since there's only one other person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
Oh yeah. What if during the murder Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then.
Ka-chow. I have 4 pages of evidence for this one.
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Damask 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as a smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something.
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from.
It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. We've been holding on to this one for a long time coming, baby. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yaragarazu's key.
That key!
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian paper signed by a Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? It's over. And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you, especially Manny Cochin. It's all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yadagarsu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling rings leader who was killed by the Yadagarsu, but I had yet another reason, yet another story that's supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Edgeworth! Stop! You stole it! Whew! This is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska is handling that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, so... I don't even want to think about what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse, and boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking... Their flight attendant, and even Mr. Portsman, were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Mule was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant, and Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Ooh. I-Fly Airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah. Sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Nothing. It's just... come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with a smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as this conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, would you arrest both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano? I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackerel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today. You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and Dade Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Palano. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir?
Wait. Actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe. Have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, its economy has changed. Really? And it seems that Ambassador Palano has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Hey, you gotta be more alert than that.
Hi, Gabe. Yeah, Gumshoe. I want to be friends with Gumshoe in real life. Can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you or realize that that voice was you. Like Z says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Get out of here. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed down all the counterfeit bills so Zingfa's finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors, and I have zero interest in that truth that you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see it. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I prepared a whole ton of ticket tape for today's victory, sir. I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough, because I'm gonna go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are. And that is because...
Because what, Gumshoe, you dumb fuck?
Not Gumshoe. Oops, Edgeworth. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Yeah! Oh, we're actually getting everything. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases, I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of iFly jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Maybe not. This guy just suffered permanent spinal damage.
Edgeworth was rode schilderen. Because he on time in my face. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. Primo stanchions of principality of Cotopia.
Fuck the French, man. Oh, he probably got the fake one. So I think next week, what I'm gonna do probably is not stream the new Ace Attorney game, just so I can take like a short little break from it, just because I played a bunch of them. So I think tomorrow, next week Saturday and Monday, I'm gonna try and just do something different. Probably like either just like some one-shot games or maybe like Smash even. And then the weekend after that, I might not be streaming at all because I might be going out and doing stuff with Andrea. But considering that California just lifted its fucking lockdown to whatever it was previously, cases might go up, and if cases go up, then we're obviously not going to do anything. So we'll see what happens. But definitely I'll start it later. I'll start it at some other point. I'll start Ace Attorney Investigations 2 at some other point. Emma! I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did, but I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically. I just want this scene to hurry up so I can see this ending picture that I'm seeing on the walkthrough, because it's super cute.
The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Doki doki. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
Never. Simp for the rest of your life, harlot.
It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we're judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Oh, Maggie? God, how many salutes am I gonna see? Woo! I barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, but boy, would we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun. Brandon Gay! I need all of those localization people to be reevaluated because there are a lot of mistakes in the text. Why not come to Cordobia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Also, recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yaragarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. That last case was maybe the most convoluted Ace Attorney case that I've played through, like, ever. Just the way that, like, it went through, like, one thing and then you solved that and then have to solve even more after it. Crazy. I hope I never see Larry again. Every time he shows up in a case, he makes everything worse. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all, really, but... oh, so I noticed I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him meet one of my dogs. His name is Phoenix. He's your homie. How do you forget his name? How many fucking characters are there?
Today I gave testimony in court today, as a member of the Yaragarasu.
Yo, Mr. Bad. You look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Legacy says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get y'all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
I just want to see the cute little picture at the end. Come on. Fuck off with all of these characters, dude.
I was the pink princess and the pink badge all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgepoo.
Hey, Eve. Yeah, I found the clock on Amazon, but I try not to buy from Amazon, so I'm gonna see if I can get it from their, like their own shop. But I did find it, so there's no need to send it to me. But thank you for remembering, thank you for reminding me also. But enjoy dinner, thank you for being here the whole time. I know it was a super long journey, but I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a good dinner and a good night. Oh, fuck off. More? Woo! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, and nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lang. So, what are your plans now, Kay? Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Whew, what a relief. Okay. Yes? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. A 3-person team? A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see it. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? Don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. No. It's Edgeworth's own little friend group. It's his own little Mayan pearl. And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Oh, what a cute little picture. So cute, so cute. The end, baby. Let's go. We did it. Point. Okay, let's see. So I kind of already gave my ending spiel about what's going to go on coming up. Next week will not be Ace Attorney. It's just going to be some single-player games, some like random, not story-based ones to make it easy to like not do. There might be some Smash, maybe some like Binding of Isaac or something, or if I can find another game that functions well, that functions well as a one-off kind of game, then I'll play that. Sunday podcast as usual, and the other 2 days, Saturday and Monday, will be different things. So we'll figure that out. I'll kind of just freestyle it and figure it out as I go. And other than that, then the week after that is Valentine's weekend, and I may or may not be streaming. I will keep the Discord up to date because we're not sure how cases will be by then. If cases are, going down and stuff, we're gonna try and go do stuff. But if cases are going up, which they might, then we'll cancel our plans and we'll probably just stay home and see each other. So we'll see what happens. But basically what I'm saying is the next Ace Attorney game is gonna be in like 3 weeks or something. But thank you all for tuning in today. This was a pretty long one, but not as long as I expected. I expected like 7 hours, but like 15 minutes short of that. And thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate the support as always. Going down? They were for a little bit. I haven't checked recently, but the last time I checked, it went down by like 5,000 in a day. Because I checked one day and it was like 14,000. The next day I checked and it was like 9,000. But now they've like lifted that lockdown, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. Can't believe they fucking plan on reopening. Absolute buffoons. New cases reported today was 6,000. So cases per day are going down. Total cases, obviously not going down. But cases per day seems to be changing negatively. Yeah, I'm also assuming that, but I'm trying to hold out hope, because you know it would be nice if things just went the fuck down, but I don't know. That's it's not gonna be fantastic, I don't think, but we'll see what happens. You know, if you have no expectations, then anything that happens is better than that, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you all for the support today. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for everything. And stay safe out there, especially if you live in California, because we live in hell and nobody cares about us. It's great. Thank you. And thank you, Cam, also, for the new germs. The new germs channel points emote. But yeah. Thank you all, and I'll see you all next time.